Check. Check. All right. Check. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Warmly welcome to the ISL auditorium here. And it is with great pleasure that we welcome all of you to the World Entrepreneurship Day 2026. So it is that with that, we'll be starting today's agenda. So today we came together to celebrate something truly powerful. So everyone here knows that. So that is the courage to take an idea to make it turn that into an action. So that is why we are here today. And entrepreneurship is not simply about starting a business. We all know that. And it is about identifying opportunities, solving problems, taking calculated risks, embracing change, learning from challenges, and creating meaningful impact. So, and for engineers, innovators, and technology professionals, entrepreneurship provides an exciting opportunity to transform knowledge, research, and innovation into solutions that can change industries, communities, and even the world. So this evening, we have an exciting program ahead of us, and we are really, really excited to have you all here once again. So warmly welcome you. And we wish you an exciting event, a fruitful event today with the resource persons we have today. So warmly welcome once again. So dive into the first keynote of today's agenda. We'll hear from distinguished thought leaders and explore the global opportunities available for technology entrepreneurs, discuss how we manage uncertainty and de-risk the entrepreneurial journey, and learn more about exciting opportunities emerging for Sri Lanka's next generation of entrepreneurs. So ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our celebration of World Entrepreneurship Day 2026. So to introduce the first keynote speaker, it is my honor to introduce Professor Rajit Disanayake, who is a Professor Emeritus at the University of Peradeniya, and who is the past President of Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, a past Chairman of the Green Building Council of Sri Lanka as well, and now he's the President-elect of Chamber of Construction Industry, an internationally recognized researcher for his academic and achievements. Professor Disanayake is also a Fulbright Scholar in the USA, an Endeavour Fellow in Australia, and JASO Research Fellow in Japan. His distinctions include the Australian Alumni Excellence Award, Tier 4 Research Award, and Excellence in Research. But not just academia, Professor Disanayake is also an entrepreneur. He's the founder and chairman of Gap HQ, which operates multiple companies, and he's committed to sustainability and resource efficiency. Is reflected in his leadership in organizing international conferences on resource efficiency, sustainable built environment, biomimicry, and so forth. So without taking so much of time, it is my privilege to invite Professor Rajit Disanayake on stage to deliver the keynote speech.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to deliver a speech on the day the world celebrates the Entrepreneurs Day. The topic which I selected is knowledge into the impact, so that we gather knowledge everywhere from the day that we are born. But of course, it is very important that we make an impact to the society, basically make the people happy, bottom line. So through my journey, being a student to undergraduate to researcher to lecturer to professor to, and then becoming an entrepreneur, how I connect this research and use it to the practice, finally ending with the commercialization, where I believe that this is where the impact is coming. So at the stage of research and practice, it is like knowledge. So we gather knowledge during the research and the practice, and when you put it to the commercialization, so we see an impact. So we can kind of have a circle. When you go to the commercialization, we see the gap, so that we come back and do the research and do the practice and see it is commercialized, can be commercialized. So this is what see. So basically here, what I trying to present is the way I see this from as a researcher. So how I have end up with what I see during last 30 years. Like, let's move on. What I believe is very simply the three bottom line for the sustainability, where society and environment and the economy. I don't have to tell you, but just to say how much green, it doesn't matter. People will leave the country. So they need the economy and the social. How much quality the life in the society, as long as they don't have the money, they will live. Therefore, what I'm trying to tell you, having one will not work. Having two will not work. Having all three will work. So we need the environment, social, and economy, then only you can win. If you have the green environment with having the decent job and a cool society, people might think twice before migrating. So why people are migrating, leave in the country? Because they miss one of these. I don't think they miss green, but maybe social and economical condition. So there, I see this can be model for any country, but let's see, this is the model where in Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, three of the pillars I see that is broken. I think economically we are broken very much. And environmentally, not bad, but still somebody who walk every morning, I see that every morning some kind of garbage are coming to the water bodies. And the social, of course, socially not bad, but still I see that the people are not happy because they have a lot of problems because the money they are getting is not enough to live and so forth. So that is the reason why people are migrating. I'm taking the one example, migration. There are some other ways we can describe this one. So there are, I mean, this is true for, I mean, somebody, a researcher, but I see that we have to have the impact on with the research and practice and commercialization to the mainly to the economic pillar, because that means through the research, practice, and commercialization, we have to strengthen the economy. When you strengthen the economy, of course, you have money for the invest for the better environment. All right, you can bring the new technology and so forth to clean the environment. Then, of course, the people might not go for the robbery and illegal thing because the economy is there because people got a good job. Otherwise, government will pay. So therefore, when you strengthen the economy, automatically rest will come. But again, these pillars are important. So I believe that the research and practice and commercialization is important. Then only we can have the sustainability. So that my belief is that we being a researchers and academic must bring our practices, our research into the commercialization, whereby we can strengthen the economy. By economy will strengthen the other two pillars, then there will be a sustainability for any nation. This is true for any nation. So simply speaking, research, practice, commercialization, that three pillars will bring the sustainability. So this is what I felt like we should do. That is what people are talking about. We have to invest for the education and research. We have to make the practice. We have to go for the commercial. That is not happening right now because if you look at around, most of things are we imported. We don't manufacture most of the things because we do not commercialize. We have been spending a lot of money for the pre-education, but you look back, what has happened? We have done, can say it's a waste of money because most of the people who educated has left the country, and then nobody has developed anything rather than importing and selling. That means it is because if you analyze the money that we invest for the education, we will realize that we need to have the different approach rather than the conventional approach. I'm not talking about the stop of the pre-education and so forth, but we have to analyze and see because there are some, I know faculties are there. Faculties are fully equipped with the national money. But if you go to the detail, during last 50, 70 years, less than 1% is remaining in this country. That means what we are doing, we are importing the lot of equipment and training the good people of this country. End of the day, they end up with the somewhere else. I'm just talking about the one department of the one university. Likewise, if you study most of the situation, we realize that we use the common man money and educating the people and send into the developed country for their betterment, but they don't send any sense, but later they sell their own houses and take that money also back to their country. It is, we have to blame to the system, not to the people, because system is not geared to take the advantage to this country. Moving forward, so I'm telling you the research, practice, and commercialization. So let me explain how I try to apply this one. So research, practice, and commercialization. So where I'm explaining this way, this is the Candy Conference, as you know that this has been running for the last 17 years. I tell you why it is important. Next one is the establishment of the Green Building Council of Sri Lanka. Next one is the GAP HQ. I'm explaining one by one for the commercialization. So as a young scientist or the researcher, when I look at the industrial revolution, I see that it started like a 1760. So at that time, we believe that we had a good environment everywhere in the world, but the day by day, it moved toward the built environment where we are right now today. It has a lot of issues to the climate change and you name anything else. But what happened with while we are having the good condition, built environment, we challenge a lot to the sustainability and the resilience of the system. So that I see, so that was in my mind. So where I see that the industrial revolution challenge sustainability and the resilience of the system. So therefore, we need to bring the innovation and the solution for the environment sustainability. I did civil, I did structural engineering, but I see there's a big potential for the future. So simply explaining, when you build the building, so a lot of damage is happening to the environment, which is where we started. Because when you go to the building sector alone, this is what you see. So everything contributed from the built environment. So where throughout the industrial revolution, people has air conditioning, big cars, big houses, and many, many things. But we understand that we are damaging the environment. That is where we need the environment advocacy. So we need to do the research. To do the research, I'm not the person to ask people to do the research. I'm not the UG Shaman. I'm nobody when you go to the policy making. But I know in my own areas, this is some of the area where the sustainability challenges come. Let's take one area where close to my subject, structural engineering, waste management. Just to go into the detail, every 18 months, we use as a raw material like the 160 billion tons. That means every 18 months, we consume this one. Out of this one, I see that the only 9% will be recycled. All other will go as a waste. That means there's a big gap in the research problem, because we can work on the area of the material. Because if you can bring this number up and ultimately 100, impossible, but we can think about it. So big research problem is there. So most of the area where we need the innovation, green innovation to reduce this number. We use a lot of material for the construction. Most of them go like the waste, and the demolition is happening every year, billions of tons. So this is where research will be there. I'm bringing the problem into my area. So then, if we wanted to work in the area of this one, we need to create a platform. So what I can say, what we did, we create the platform. I mean, people know that there is a conference every year at Kandy that is sustainable built environment, international conference sustainable. There you can meet the people, you can see the people, you can discuss things. So people are waiting. For example, data about a month before, we did not advertise the conference. So we are waiting to advertise conference because we have a different conference are coming. Therefore, we don't want to. Before, without advertising, 198 abstract we received. You know, people are trying to struggle to get to 10, 15 abstract for the conference in this country. But without advertising, our number of abstract was 198. We end up with the nearly 700 abstract. We select like the 500. Depend, we cannot present the 500. Fortunately, due to the online system, we can go. The last time we go to 500 presentation because of the online. Otherwise, we have to have the conference more than 5-6 days. So we managed the 3 days thanks to the online system. So not only that, other area like the international conferences, the resource efficiency, we have, because we are now narrowed down into some of the important area. So that means that what we have done in order to establish the research culture of the country, we try to establish the different kind of conference. People might think that this man is a crazy. He is running nearly 8-9 conferences. I mean, those who are here at least will understand that what I am trying to do is to create the research culture of this country. So when you go to the practices, these ideas, people need to practice. So that is where we brought the Greener Building Council. So this is the traditional way of doing building. We have to transform it to through the greener building like this, where you have everything, right? The solar panel, plus ventilation, daylight, rainwater harvesting, you name anything and everything is there. So that is a sustainable building. So that people will be trained to design this building, construct this building. So the practice is there. So there they have to apply these 8 criteria that I'm not going to into the detail. That is the Green Building Council. Not only that, we have, you may know that we established the factory out of the fly ash, Lanka AC Private Limited. This is where fly has been, the waste will be converted to the valuable material. So these are the things, some of the things that we have to do. Then while working in the area of the sustainability, as somebody who's coming from the, not exactly from the area and sustainability, I always see this, when I'm talking, I'm doing lectures. My lectures is the second lecture of the training program. First one is the Professor Kottagam. He tried to explain what has happened with the environment. I say that how to fix with the technique that we have developed. Then when I look back and see what is happening there, something I noticed, very interesting. You might have noticed it. This is the rainwater harvesting, right? So where people use the water in the water bodies, still animal do. That is the nature. We drink the water. Of course, some people like Finland, still they drink the water from the water bodies. Why we cannot drink the water? So that is why we have to bring it. Because we have polluted. Now we cannot drink the water. Therefore, before water go to the water bodies, we tap somewhere and drink. That means that we are imitating the nature. Now, when I look back, every criteria, we are doing the nature. Cross ventilation. When we are in the jungle, if you feel tired in the cave, we come out. If you cannot see something, we come out, daylight. So that means we do everything what is there in the nature. So greener building means the sustainable building. We are trying to bring the nature into the built environment. We cannot go back to the nature. High population, and then we are not used to it. Therefore, we are bringing the nature into the sustainability, greener building is the nature. Therefore, every problem that we are facing today, but whether we can understand or not is a problem, but solution is in the nature. So then the nature inspired solution for the sustainable innovation. Therefore, if you have a problem in your research, you look at the what is has whether this problem has solved the nature. If you cannot understand that from the nature, that means that you are not understand the nature yet. That means the nature was there before we come. Nature has subject to these problem. Nature has their own solution, but we cannot understand. That means the nature is the solution that we have. So based on that, we see that we are talking about 3D printing. 3D printing in the nature. We are using the some of the gadget for the factories. You might have roof and another roof and across. That is in the nature. This whole building is the nature is there. That means that these are all in the nature. This is the what. So we build the factory on the day. These concepts because the hot water go up. If you can make the arrangement flush it so that you will get a cool environment inside. That means that every solution that we, whether you know it or no, when you apply and if you analyze, it is in the nature. So that is the where I am coming back to the research. This is where we 3D printing, of course, this is some work. There's a bit involved my son also. The Netherlands, they have bridge 3D print bridge, right? Let's move on. So that is what we brought the third international conference on biomimicry for sustainability. That is nature-inspired solution for sustainability. We will be having the conference 28 at the GAP HQ. So we now try to work on the area of the sustainability, the nature-based solution. We have got few grants also from the Dominic Correa Foundation and the Indian Industry Lanka Foundation to work on the area of the nature-inspired solution. So that why we are asking the people to you work on the nature. So this again, right? So that means we need to think about the structures on the extreme loading. We had this conference 28. Not only that, we established the International Association for the protective structures where we had the first conference on the South Asian conference, extreme loading. That means that now we have to have the platform for the researchers to work on the area where important for us. So we are working on another area, the engineering point. We understand that there's a lot of human factor involved because you cannot have the engineering solution alone. We need to have the human interaction and so forth. Moving forward, commercialization, which I like the most, where last item where you see that we at the university level as well as a school level, we do the basic research. We put two chemicals together and see what is the color. We move various things and see what is the friction and all that. Then we come up with the applied research where you create the small machines and so forth. Then you write your thesis and get your degree and you go and work. Whatever the innovation comes, you never bring into the market. So country which understand this one are good example, many good examples. I mean, China happening in the India right now, wherever. So this is where wealth come to the any nation. So that is what I at the beginning also I said that we have been spent a lot for the pre-education, basic research and applied research and come up with the innovation. Even for the write the innovation, we use our own papers and all which are imported and keep in the libraries and people leave either country or go and do something else. But the commercialization is not happening. That is important of the celebration, understanding the World Entrepreneurs Day. So we have to bring the wealth to the nation. Nobody is bringing the wealth to the nation. They get the degree and either vanish or they do something else. So this is where the GAP HQ. GAP HQ is we define depend on the audience. Here I can say that it is a commercial, the research commercialization. more toward the green innovation and sustainable solution, make it to the entrepreneurship. So differently we define based on the people, but here I said the research commercialization. So we are trying to fill this loop. So I don't know whether you can hear.
Where sustainability meets innovation. Welcome to GAP HQ, where we're building tomorrow's Sri Lanka through green innovation and entrepreneurship. Under the GAP HQ umbrella, 5 dynamic
We have more
companies
than
work in harmony to create lasting impact. Through graduate associate professionals, we're bridging the gap between academic knowledge and industry practices, nurturing the next generation of sustainable development leaders.
Beyond our core services, GAP HQ offers state-of-the-art venues designed for connection and growth. Our versatile spaces host everything from corporate conferences and workshops to educational programs and networking events. We also provide end-to-end event management services, including event planning and coordination, catering and audiovisual support, and customizable packages to suit your needs.
The International Center for Sustainable Built Environment pioneers sustainable design solutions. Our multifunctional civil engineering consultancy ensures every project meets the highest standards of sustainability, safety, and quality. Lanka AAC Block offers eco-friendly, lightweight construction solutions using fly ash from the Norachole power plant, promoting sustainability and energy efficiency in modern building practices. GAP HQ, where innovation meets sustainability.
So this is the story behind the commercialization. So before just concluding, I'll be finishing in like 5 minutes. So one of the framework which I developed, I use it called AIS framework. It is aim in the adapt, I mean the innovate, S mean the sustain. So this is what I ask my group to always practice. So sometimes I'll do the adaptation. Whenever I travel around the world, when I see the new thing, I adapt it. Or I ask them to read it, the research papers, and adapt it, or different way we do it. And we try to, because it's not going to work as it is in Sri Lanka, or sometimes it work in the Kandy, it won't work in Colombo. So we have to definitely, any solution we adapt to innovate, it's more important than sustain. Sustain is in a way the commercialization. So that is the framework that we use. Adaptation, of course, you are adapting now. You are trying to see what I'm trying to tell. You have see the TV. You go your social media. If you carefully use the social media, you can adapt a lot. And the library, you go adapt something. So everywhere you try to adapt every day. From the day you are born, you are adapting the things. So then you have to innovate it. You cannot use it what you adapt. You cannot talk like what I'm talking. You have to find out your voice, your way of doing things. So likewise, everywhere you have to innovate what you see there. So that is what we do as a researchers, right? Then the final one is what we have to sustain. So that is very important. So you can do the research and find the good thing, but you can remember during the COVID period, many researchers are in the TV, but nothing is there right now. They have not sustained it, right? Because of the trend, they are coming and say, I can do this and that and everything, and nothing is, everything is still important, right? So they have to sustain. So in order to sustain, we have to put it to the customer and see the feedback. And then we have to analyze and see. right? We have to go to the field and so forth. We have to test it and see. So that be the, before concluding, I would like to say that how I use the AIS framework for the research commercialization. This is where I got a series of research grant from the European Union. So I had a chance to visit many techno hub over the different places around the world. So that is what I brought to the Gap HQ, but I innovated, right? So these are some of places in Thailand, Sweden, and Philippines, and so forth. So I adapted it wherever I go, right? So I felt that I could do a center like this one. Then it is like the incubator. We start the startup and create the company. So these are the created company. You see the video. These are the companies that we developed this year, right? So some of company that we developed did not work. Some of the working. These are only the companies that are working. We keep on developing the work. Now, right now we are in the MOU with the developer company with the Japanese company. Likewise, now we go beyond the boundaries. So we have established the Gap HQ in UK also. We are thinking to bring, because we are trying to solve the gap in the society. So that is what the meaning of the gap. But I mean the meaning for that on graduate student program, because we try to utilize the graduate. So this is an innovation, because I don't see that this model is nowhere. This is innovated, but of course I adapted it. Use the AIS framework. So most of the work we use the Colombo conference we brought, that is to collaborate the university industry collaboration, right? So we try to apply the circular economy principle. Just quick establish in the one company. This is my original research on the structural health monitoring. History is that when the structure all either demolished or put it away. But what we have done through our research, we say that this is the classic example. We did the adaptation. Adaptation, the reading of the research and so forth. Innovation is the come up with the theories and so forth. This is my main research. I have written more than 100 articles in the different format, book chapters and so forth. So this is the innovation. This particular bridge was company decided to replace it. We say that you don't have to replace it. We know the theory. So some of the structures that you say that these are had troubles, problems, so that we gave the solution. Solution was brought in one of the company we did, International Center for the Sustainable Build. Why it was built? That is where sustain. Because today I cannot be a consultant. I could have become a consultant, go to the field and work 10, 15 years before, but my role is now different. Now there are people who go to the field and we solve the problem almost every week somewhere. So this is the one of the first discussion. They say that they want to replace it. They want new one. But we say, of course, you can design the new one. But of course, this is the cost difference. So of course, the money work. Then they decided to go for the use the structural health model and the repair, and we allow them to rethink. So rethink the same process. So bridge was, their story. Make it short. It was subject to the 1974 flood, and it was replaced somewhere. We even brought to the new location, and that was, of course, that a lot of other. This is jungle, but I'm not going to talk. This is the first train now moving on the bridge, but it was done more than 15 years before. Last Ditwa, there was 6 bridges that was damaged, except this bridge, right? That's right. So let me see. So I'm not going to, this is a rectified bridge. So we did first, our study started the Kalani Railway Bridge, find out the life of the structures. This is the condition survey, load testing. But now new technique has been developed. We don't have to apply, but put in the wires, and the technology has developed. During the Ditwa, as I told you, there are many bridges disturbed during that same line. So by now we have rectified everything. So that was construction was done by another company, first company, Lego International Private Limited. So there's another story. This is not exactly Poto. This is the one corner of the Kandy City Center. They wanted to demolish it and build the film theater. But what we did was, rather than demolishing, we converted to the what is there right now. Nobody can understand, but we renovated it, right? Original design was a demolition, go for the new theater, but we didn't allow them to do that. This is sustainability. This is a first class, international, the recognized theater right now. So there's another problem like this one. This problem was in the trouble, so that we gave the solution. So through the two companies, right? So interest of the time, I'm going to wind up very soon. So these are some of the work that we have done. This is for the sustainability. We are giving the solution to the companies. So these are steel and fiber polymer, graphene. These are one of the first application of this nature. Steel. I'm not going into the detail. So structural health monitoring is one of the research area that was commercialized. In conclusion, integration research, practice, and commercialization is essential for the advancing sustainable development. At GAP HQ, we bring these stages through the initiation like the AIS framework we use, empower the industries and individual to make the innovative, sustainable choice. Together, we can transform the sustainability into the tangible and enduring reality. Thank you so much.
So we would like to ask you to please wait a minute because we have a token of appreciation to give away. So thank you very much once again for your inspiring keynote speech. To present the token of appreciation, I cordially invite Engineer Neil and Engineer Jasmine on stage to present the token of appreciation. Thank you very much, presentation part, and thank you very much, Professor Ranjit. What an exciting start for the celebration of the World Entrepreneurship Day. I think a lot of key messages out there. So with that, we now move into the key highlight of this evening, which is the panel discussion, but not just a panel discussion, it's an international panel discussion that we are moving into. And the session will connect us with the global perspectives on entrepreneurship, innovation, change, technology, and opportunities for engineers. The discussion will focus on two important themes: receptivity for change and de-risk the pivot. So to moderate the session, I cordially invite Engineer Mangala de Silva. Engineer Mangala Silva serves as the Vice President of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka and is the co-founder of Synago Consultants Private Limited, and he holds a bachelor's and master's in structural engineering design from the University of Moratuwa, a chartered engineer, fellow of IESL, and international professional engineer. He brings extensive structural design expertise to national infrastructure, a pioneer in sustainable built environments, and also he is an accredited green professional and served as the inaugural president of the Sri Lanka's alumni of Certified Green Professionals. He serves as a council member for the Industrial Development Board, University of Moratuwa, and Green Building Council of Sri Lanka. Sir, over to you to moderate our discussion.
Good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome all of you for today's panel discussion, which will be a very special one. Today we are going to have this panel discussion because today we are celebrating World Entrepreneurship Day 2026. The topic has given us de-risking entrepreneurship and unlocking global opportunities. To do the panel discussion today, we have two eminent personalities going to join with us. Let me introduce them. First one, Professor Michael Butler. Professor Michael Butler is Professor Michael Butler is Professor of Management and Director of Tanbath at Bangor University and founder of the Transformation Project. A visiting professor at Shanghai Ling University, he specialized in leadership, systems, thinking, and co-creating solutions for complex organizational challenges using his receptivity for change toolset. Having secured over 2.6 million pounds research funding, Michael bridges theory and practice to drive measurable economic and societal value. His initiatives have generated 13.9 million pounds in gross value added, created nearly 420 jobs across the UK and Kenya, and advanced law enforcement tech. He collaborates with entrepreneurs and engineers to run ambitious ideas into sustainable, global, scalable outcomes. With that introduction, I would like to warmly welcome Professor Michael Butler for the event. So I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, and thank you for that very warm introduction.
Yeah, our next resource person today is none other than Engineer Andy V. So Engineer Andy is the General Manager of Institute of Engineers Singapore, INCA, the deep tech accelerator of the Institution of Engineers Singapore. He has a strong engineering background, having studied electronic engineering at NUS and spent 13 years in Hewlett Packard, Singapore, doing product design R&D. And as a principal engineer, he gained further business knowledge via his master's in technopreneurship at NTU. In the recent 7 years, Andy has been supporting founders in venture engineering and advising engineering, technology, companies, founders, business leaders on technology, commercialization, and finding success in the global market. Engineer Andy V, with that introduction, I would like to warmly welcome you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. My first question goes to Professor Michael Butler. Really speaking, since I don't want to do any mistakes, I have already jotted down my questions, so let me ask the question. First question, could you introduce the concept of receptivity for change and explain why it is particularly relevant for entrepreneurs operating in uncertain and rapidly changing environments?
Well, yes, thank you. And it's very interesting because I come from more an organizational behavior, people perspective on the issues you're discussing today. So it's I hope what I say is relevant and useful. So I came at this topic specifically because change, like we had in the previous speaker, I mean, on that's a big scale of change, often fails. We know it's especially in your world, it doesn't work. So McKinsey estimated this at $900 billion annually across the world. Change project management tends to fail. Now, this is astounding figure. So what I try to do is I try to address this question. So my research is an attempt to help organizations to prevent change, projects, and transformation from going wrong. So we know the problem, and this is what I tried to do. Now, one of the solutions I came up with from working with practitioners, like your previous speaker, I'm a great believer in this. Academia should be engaging in the world around us. I came up with this idea of receptivity for change. And out of that, I created a platform and a tool set. Recently, I held a panel and I was working with the nuclear industry here in the UK. And they said, great, we need things like this because it helps us to de-risk the finance of change. The concept itself is we know change happens. So therefore, internally, an organization, whatever scale, an entrepreneur, like a micro business, right the way through to kind of huge kind of corporate businesses, they've really got to do internal change to reflect the external environmental change. And for me, from the research I was doing, there are various factors that need to be taken into consideration when going through that change. So I was looking at, where's the vision? You've got to have a direction. Where's the leadership? Who's actually going to take responsibility for implementing this vision? How are you going to use the networks around you in order to put this vision into practice? How are you going to build up the skills of the workforce and able to deliver it? And where's the innovation going to come from? So for me, it's a bundle of factors that need to be considered within an organization in order to address these this external drive for change. And that's what leads to performance success, competitive success. And later on, I'll go through some information and data we've got about the impact that all this has delivered with real organizations. So that's the context, if that helps.
Thank you, Professor Butler, for laying a good foundation to start this discussion. My next question goes to Engineer Andy. Engineer Andy, we know that Singapore has developed a strong ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship. Could you share the Institute of Engineers Singapore and INCA model and explain how incubation, acceleration, coaching, and monitoring are helping engineers and technical professionals to pursue entrepreneurial careers? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, in Singapore, actually, the government took a very active role in promoting the development of the ecosystem. So when we started many years ago, there was a block 71 where many of the innovative startups were gathered in one block, and many activities, a great community, a lot of exchange of information. And that's where sparked the collaboration and also entrepreneurship activities. Specific to IES INCA, Institution of Engineers Singapore Incubator Accelerator, we are a deep tech accelerator here in Singapore. That's an extension of the Institution of Engineers Singapore, IES. Why we started it was partly because we wanted to support more engineers who are really good at building solutions, technical solutions, creating some of the best technology. But as you know, engineers are not very good at business at times, right? Marketing, finance, fundraising, talking to customers. So, but all these skills can be trained. They're already doing the hardest engineering work already. So we support them in our platform by connecting them to mentors, to industry partners, to investors, for them to realize their vision of their company, to really industrialize it, to go into mass manufacturing or mass rollout, and ensuring that they can be successful in building whatever product and services that they want to. Yeah. So what we do is we support the founders, we give them the foundation to build a great company, and then also help them to find money, very important, and then they go forward and execute that. So we've been doing that for the last 7 years, and we have learned a lot of lessons about doing this, and my background in technopreneurship has also helped me to be able to journey better with these founders and companies. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Andy. While we were having a discussion, actually, our President Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, Engineer Kosala Kaburadeni, and Vice President Engineer Samantha Gunawardena joined with us. We would like to warmly welcome all of you, and not only two of them. We just now Engineer Suran Fernando, our Honorary Secretary and Honorary Treasurer, Engineer Manjula Samar Singh, also joined with us. We would like to warmly welcome. So let me come to you again, Professor Michael Butler. My second question: why should entrepreneurs consider receptivity for change as part of their entrepreneurial journey, and how can it help an organization or startup navigate a pivot more effectively?
Okay, well, thank you for the question. I'm going to look at this from really two perspectives. The first thing is, as everybody in the room knows, everything has to have a unique selling point. If it doesn't have a unique selling point, it's not going to be taken up in the marketplace. It's not going to be taken up by organizations. So I think the tool set should be taken up by entrepreneurs for 3 reasons. One, you don't really want to, you want to reduce waste. You don't want to get it wrong, because that's a cost. It's a cost of time, cost in, hiring people maybe. So therefore you want to maximize the opportunity of getting it right. So one is by using a tool set, and it's interesting that in Singapore, you've got a platform as well. You want to reduce waste to ensure you don't fail in what you're trying to achieve. The second thing is often speed. It's often speed to market, speed to get the goods out. It's so speed, and often bespoke solutions become quite key. If a customer wants something, you want to try and achieve that delight, that you want to delight them. You want to make sure you produce the service, the product they want. So speed and some kind of solution that's customer focused. Ultimately, though, you want to de-risk the whole process. You want to de-risk change, and you do it by focusing on people, creating a consensus around direction, you maybe benchmarking to competitors to make sure you are achieving these goals. So I think there's a unique selling point on those 3 items: reduce waste, you want speed, and you want to de-risk change. The second thing I want to go on to is why should they do this? I think because it works. So your questions around entrepreneurs. So recently in the West Midlands, which is right in the heart of the UK, it's a mixed area, services, manufacturing. We work with something like 38, just under 40 small, medium organizations. These are entrepreneurs, basically. And we added something like 2.4 million gross value added to these businesses by using the tool set. And on top of that, we helped the fast growth ones to achieve 62 new jobs. So they safeguarded jobs, and then they created 62 new jobs. So it's not just that the product itself has a unique selling point. It's the fact that we've put it into practice with entrepreneurs in a region in the UK, and it worked. And we measured the impact from that it worked. So
Thank you, Professor Butler. Now I would like to come back again to Engineer Andy. As a second question, let me ask: Institute of Engineers Singapore and INCA specializes in technopreneurship and deep tech, where R&D cycles can be long and capital requirements significant. From your experience, what is the single biggest factor that helps technical entrepreneurs bridge the gap between proven lab prototype and commercially viable market-ready product?
Very often, solving the right problem, understanding the customer is very, very key. And engineers, sometimes they get very focused on the technology, right? My invention is so great, and it should be very popular. People will just buy it by itself. Yeah. So it's important to really listen to customers, what they say and what they're not saying, and identify the true problem statement that is of value in the market. Yeah. And working towards building that is where we can spend R&D dollars in the right place. And you will definitely have to iterate. So you start with one version, and you come out and you show everybody what you want to do. And then you get feedback, and you make it better, and you improve the technology. That would be the best way of spending your R&D dollars, yeah, in that sense. Often we see the cases where new products and services are built, but nobody is taking it up, and the engineers gets very frustrated. Yeah. So really, it's learning some skills in being empathic to the needs of the customer, as well as applying design thinking, asking the right questions, extracting the pain points clearly, so that you can build a really good solution that really can impact the pain point in the problem at hand.
Thank you. Now I would like to come back again to Professor Butler. Professor Butler, you have worked with entrepreneurs and organizations in different contexts, including the UK and Kenya. What is the key learning from these experiences that you would share the entrepreneurs who want to create meaningful economic and societal impact?
Yeah, well, I just want to build on Andy's point, actually. First of all, I completely agree with that. It's interesting. I'm going through a commercialization process myself with the university, and when I'm going through that process, they said something very interesting for me because when you're creating a tool set or a platform or whatever it is, The danger is you're focusing on the technology. You're focusing on the engineering, kind of what you've created, because you're so passionate about it. You love it and you know it's going to work and it's going to help people. But they said, no, you've got to turn your logic around. They said, actually, what you need to do is go and talk to your potential customers first. Go and meet as many people as you can. Get the feedback on what they're looking for, and then align your idea, your product, your engineering solution to the customer need. Without that, you're not going to have that connection. You're going to have something which you're really passionate about, but then nobody wants to purchase. So you've actually got to twist that logic around a little bit. And that means you just got to get out there in the marketplace and talk and talk and talk, which is very hard, by the way, because it's because you hear some very interesting stories and lessons that come back from your potential customers about what their requirements are. So yeah, so that I just wanted to build on that because I thought it was such an important point. Yeah, in terms of how do you create meaningful economic and societal impact? Well, what I'd say is that if we know that 80% of projects change fails, we want to turn that around, don't we? We want to make sure you have 78% success. You don't want 87% failure. You want 78% success. You know, that higher opportunity for success. So how do you do it? Well, unfortunately, there's no one answer. And the reason is, I'm a great believer of this, that you know in your audience in the room where you are, that you've got a very particular context, very particular economic and social conditions. You've got universities that work in a particular way. Therefore, there isn't one solution that's going to be too general. So therefore, you've got to think about the kind of the context in which all of this is happening. But if I've got some overall general lessons that are coming out of the projects that I've been working on, first of all, you've got to be motivated. You've got to want to make an impact. Without that inclination, that desire, impact won't magically happen. I think with that, then following from motivation, you've got to have focus. What is the impact? Is it going for social impact? Because that may take you in the direction of the speaker when I joined on circular economy and sustainable solutions. That will take you into that direction. Or maybe you're after economic impact, some kind of growth. And who doesn't want growth? Because it builds the economy. It gives jobs, make sure the business survives and is successful in the future. So you got your motivation to have impact. You've got to be very focused, laser focused on is it going to be economic or social, or are you going to do a hybrid mix of the two? And then I would say kind of watch and see what actually has worked in your particular context, and then learn from that. So there's like a knowledge transfer that takes place, a learning that takes place. And I know that these general points do work because I didn't know anything about Kenya when I was invited to work in Kenya. And yet I was able to transfer a knowledge because I listened to what they needed, and I was able to transfer a knowledge about they wanted to measure how the impact they were having on their customers. And that's how I was able to find out by transferring this technology of how to measure impact, that they were actually in Nairobi. They had a cumulative impact of just over 11 million sterling of gross value added to Nairobi. And collectively, they created something like 357 jobs. So therefore, you've got to have you've got to measure the impact, and you've got to have, and it's got to be accurate so people believe that figure you come up with. And I was able to help this organization in Nairobi, and I was able to come up with these figures like that, and that, you know, they're reliable. So I'd say, are you motivated? Where's the focus? And how are you going to measure it?
Thank you, Professor Butler, for your very detailed answer. My next question to Engineer Andy. Andy, my question is, Singapore has built a globally recognized innovation ecosystem through structured mentorship, government programs, and strong industry linkages. How can emerging entrepreneurial ecosystems across Asia better support first-time technical founders? And what role can cross-border collaboration play in helping startups social internationally?
Yeah, so each country actually is developing at different speeds, and actually those technologies that are in the advanced countries, they are already solving some of the existing and problems that the developing countries are facing. However, there's need for building more localized at the right cost solutions for these developing countries. So that itself is a great opportunity to implement some of these solutions. And key is, I think, for us engineers, we don't get to navigate enough to share notes about things we are solving. And when the cross-border, cross-country knowledge base grows, right, that speeds up a lot of the technical development and the solution implementation. So we need to have more opportunities to share some of the, we call them big problems that each country is facing, and support each other to develop industry, develop opportunities to manufacture some of these solutions for the local economy. At the same time, the developed countries may not, like Singapore, we don't have a lot of factories. But we need products. We need things that to be manufactured in the countries where have the raw materials and the labor to do some of this work as well. So there's lots of opportunities. We need to communicate, and these days with the ease of communication through our like Zoom here and all that, we really break down the barriers of what we can do in collaboration. And so we also need leadership across the organizations to get communities together, built across the different countries, share their solutions and the knowledge, and implement some of these things so we can really move life along better for the people in out there. So example, in different countries, the SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals, many of them are still not met. Simple things like clean water, housing, energy access and all that are not met. So lots of opportunities to work on together. I would say one thing, Singapore has developed a lot, and we are actually a financial hub. And the strength of Singapore is the lots of money flowing here, looking for good projects to develop in the big economies with a lot of people. So encourage companies or founders who have something they want to build but maybe lack capital. Singapore could be a place where you find some of this capital, which you can leverage for the growth of the technology solution in your countries. So that's something we can explore.
Thank you, Andy. While we are having the discussion, Engineer Professor Ranil Sugadas, one of the leading motivational speakers in this country, join with us. We really welcome you, sir. Now, my fourth question is to Professor Butler. You have also undertaken work on good practices in manufacturing and engineering. What advice or best practices would you share with engineers and technology entrepreneurs who are trying to transform innovation into commercially viable and impactful ventures?
I just want to follow up with Andy again. When I visited Singapore, F1 was just arriving in Singapore. And I remember completely by accident, I was just kind of strolling through, some of those beautiful roads you've got there. And F1 was doing Formula One was doing a demonstration. And there was a Formula One driver with his car, beautiful car. And he was driving down the road, doing a fast turn, a donut, driving back over a short distance. So controlled and so amazing. I mean, Singapore is a great place to go, and it offers such a lot, especially in the way Andy was describing it. Okay, so back to your question about best practice. I'm going to refer to a specific project I was running. There's another. I'm at Bangor University, which is in Wales, North Wales, part of the UK. I was collaborating with another university, Cranfield School of Management. It does a lot on bespoke programs for executives and for postgraduate degrees. And they run a best factory competition. So an annual competition where factories submit their case and then they get assessed. But what we found interesting is why are best factories, who are these winners, what makes them the best compared to other factories? What makes their engineering within their factories world-class, world-leading? So we want to investigate that question. And remarkably, they were really good at what they did. They were great engineers. They were great at their operations. They were great at meeting customer need. But actually, the connecting factor between the best factories that drove high performance, consistently sustainable, consistent high performance, was the way they looked after the staff. It was the organization of the people, and that was the key. So it's people management, communication, and then the various feedback loops between the different levels, from senior management, middle management, and those at the operatives on the operational level. And it was this interaction. So it was a surprising finding because it's not an engineering solution. It's not. It was actually the people that get forgotten when you're coming up with the best factory. And what makes these excellent factories so good, it's the way they manage the people. So therefore, staff are invited to comment on safety, quality, costs, delivery, and to come up with ideas of performance improvement. And what they do is they reward staff for their ideas. So part of their profits are set aside. So staff can go off and have a holiday, say, that was a great idea, led to this benefit to the business. Therefore, you can go and use the company holiday cottage that's somewhere in the UK in the Lake District, or there'd be a prize giving, or it'd be a weekly event where people were celebrated for these ideas. But I think there's a link here to teams. There are very clear goals. We value your ideas, and then there was a reward. Very quickly, these people were rewarded for their great ideas. That meant the business was continuously improving all the time. And this was kind of quite remarkable. If anybody is interested, they can always email me. We published it in a paper in a great journal, and you can read it. And we came up with a model that captured everything I've just said very quickly, verbally. Yeah, and I'd say the link to the tool set is when they're embarking on a change like this, it's very important for them to think through, where are we now? Where do we want to go to? So we've got to start from a certain position, and then we start improving from that. You don't kind of improve from a fantasy position or we do great staff communication already. You've got to say, well, actually, what do we really do? How's it taken down? You know, how's it perceived by people? Yeah, so that's what I'd say. So just to sum up, I'd say it's engineers are great at what they do. Factories are great at what they do, especially the top ones. But don't forget the people management. Don't forget the communication. Don't forget the feedback across levels in management, and then reward people for their great ideas.
Thank you very much, Professor Batla. I hope your advice will be very much valuable for the engineers here, those who are looking forward to be the entrepreneurs. So my next question goes to Engineer Andy. Andy, I would say our people, those who are here, it's more than 95% is engineers, right? Our audience is more than 95% would be engineers. So this will be very much pertinent question. Many engineers and researchers are excellent technical problem solvers, but building a successful venture requires skills in leadership, customer engagement, investment, and go-to-market strategy. What mindset shifts do technical founders need to make to transform from great engineers into successful venture leaders?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the question. Yes. I want to say engineering is a very tough course. And all of you engineers have gone through it. You know, we study systems, we study all kinds of things, complex mathematical formulas and all that. And you'll be amazed. To me, engineering can be applied in business as well. And that's where we take the models that we have learned, the systems we have learned, apply it to business. And engineers need to continue to build skills beyond the technical, where we communicate to customers, to employees, to investors. We need to learn financial skills so we can plan the company's growth properly and able to bring in capital to grow to the company to its full potential. And we need to be exercising the creative side of our brain, where not just logical, but we need to be creative. We need to come up with new ideas, come up with innovative variations of the ideas, and come up with things that solve the problems that are at hand. And how to identify those problems out there. There's so many of them, and good part of it actually is also driven by your own passion from your things of interest that you have, right? Where can you connect the dots to find something that you really, really care about? That's where you go forward and build something around that. Yeah. So I always see engineers are really good at solving problems, and we take it for granted. We solve problems and we say, oh, it was not much effort and we don't need to be paid a lot for it. But actually, you put in a lot of brain power to get there. And so I would say we should see engineering as a business and run it as a business. And using our skills, our knowledge to really create breakthroughs and also bring progress to the market through our systematic thinking, our good process skills to help things move in a progressive manner in the industry or in the society as well. And the problem solving did not stop at just technical problems. You can also look at environmental, structural, social problems out there and apply our same thinking skills to help drive progress beyond just the technical fields. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. Professor Butler, this question, I mean, I said 95% of the audience is engineers. So we all know most of the time engineers don't want to take risks, right? I mean, they are working with the codes, standards and everything and trying to minimize the risk, right? So, and also most of the time they would like to work in their comfort zones, right? Having said that, let me ask this question this way, based on your experience, what are the most important lessons, recommendations or best practices on entrepreneurs should adopt to face challenges, manage risks, build resilience, and prepare for the future?
Look, I'm a great fan of engineers because the whole world around us it wouldn't function without engineers, and there are huge global challenges at the moment. We know AI is coming in; it's going to be a wave of change on the back of this. We know just from the weather systems in the UK and across Europe, there's going to be engineers going to have a huge contribution to make in terms of climate change. And the planet. So there's big challenges, and engineers are some of the best people that we need in order to address those challenges. So if I have coming at it more from the people aspect of organizations, where we take for granted the value of where we know engineers are very important, I think, because I know this is the last question, so I just want to bring together some of the threads from your previous questions. So I'd ask people to think through, well, before you embark on change and go out of your comfort zone, which you need to, because we've got to keep innovating, we've got to keep adapting. You know, there's great challenges out there. I would say that the receptivity for change toolset and the platform that I've created, I think are really important. You've got to know the position of where your organization is, where your project team is now, in order to move forward. If you just rush to moving forward, rush to innovation, it can almost be purposeless. And the risk with that is that it's going to have a cost. It's going to have a cost on time, and people get demotivated. So therefore, I'd say there's a role for my tool set in order to make sure, just pause before the action. Work out where your organization is. Work out what's working well, what isn't, and that's the function of the tool set. I say that because the idea came around from me working with, there's a famous car manufacturer, Jaguar Land Rover. And I was working with a project manager from Jaguar Land Rover. And he said, a lot of projects, a lot of engineers just rush to solution. They know, I've got the answer, let's do that. And he said, what we could do is a tool set to help us pause. And so it wasn't just me that was coming up with this idea. It was me working with an engineer in order to come up with this solution. The other thing I'd say, it's not just the tool set. The other thing I'd say is just think about the people side. I don't know how big the organizations are from the people in the audience. I bet there's a range. And I bet some of these are medium and very large. But don't forget your staff. Don't forget the people, the team working around you. For the reasons I said about people management and communication. A lot of them have got great ideas. Find a mechanism to utilize those great ideas. Find a mechanism to reward people, because then they'll keep coming up with even more ideas. And that's how innovation sustains itself. So therefore, people feel valued. So the bottom line is people then start feeling valued. So I think the tool set is great because it creates a pause before you act and gives you some great data. I think don't forget the people around you, the people management, the communication. But sometimes, my final thing I'd say is sometimes it's luck. You've got to find, in a way, the right person at the right time to help you find the answer you're looking for. An example here from North Wales is there was a business, and they know that they're going for big growth, and they know they've got a customer base in order to help them do the growth. They know they've got a site that they can adapt in order to do that. It's a manufacturing business. But they needed to work out a problem with one of their systems first and reduce that team by creating more productivity and efficiency from the team, which then would free up people and free up capacity to do the expansion that they were looking for. But they couldn't find the answer. They knew there was an answer out there, that the systems were very old. And what happened is a former worker got in touch with them who had gone on with their career, and they said, have you considered this particular engineering solution? Because I think this is going to work great for your business. And they said, actually, that's the solution I've been looking for. They tried consultants, they tried kind of government advice agencies and all kinds of solutions. But in the end, it was this luck of finding the right person at the right time. And for them, the right person was a former worker who knew their business well and had gone on their career and developed another set of skills and was able to bring these new skills back to the knowledge of the business. And it was that worked. What I put out there is, because I know that we're kind of bringing this all to a close with these questions, it's an invitation to connect with me on LinkedIn, an invitation to have a go at testing the tool set. And also me and my team, we've applied for a grant, a travel grant that will allow us to kind of come and help and work with businesses in various global locations. So, and I could be coming to Sri Lanka based on this. So, you know, if you want to connect, if you feel as though what you've heard today is useful in some way, I should be there before the end of the year. So, anyway, I hope it's been of value what I've been saying.
Thank you, Professor. And my next question to the engineer Andy, it would be a very easy question for you, I'm sure. What upcoming opportunities, programs, events, partnerships, or initiatives should entrepreneurs and engineers in the region be aware of, particularly through Institute of Engineers Singapore and INCA, and the wider Singapore innovation ecosystem?
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat the last part of the question? Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it again. What upcoming opportunities, programs, events, partnerships, or initiatives should entrepreneurs and engineers in the region be aware of, particularly through Institute of Engineers Singapore, INCA, and the wider Singapore innovation ecosystem?
I understand. So in Singapore, every year, our government organizes an event called Switch, Singapore Week of Innovation and Technology. And every year is growing bigger and bigger, and you can get to see many of the innovators exhibiting what they are doing in the technology space. And you can learn very quickly when you see how people are doing it, how well they have refined their value proposition, their USP, unique selling proposition. And I call building a business, a deep tech business, venture engineering, where we put in all the right ingredients together, building on your strengths, building on the use of resources, building on the right mix of team members to really chase after a problem of value that we can really conquer. And yeah, welcome the engineers from Sri Lanka to come to Singapore if you have a chance to join us end of October, the Switch week, where there's I think a 2-day exhibition with a competition as well, where you can see some of the best teams pitch, and you can learn from them. You can learn from the other teams who are doing technopreneurship here in Singapore. And lastly, to sum up is to remind our engineers, you have done the most difficult course, engineering, and keep up lifelong learning, learn new skills, stretch yourself in new ways. And if you realize you cannot be the best communicator, never mind. Find a team member who can communicate very well and form a team together, complementary skills. The engineer in the room that can sell very well, can speak very well, can be the chief of marketing and sales, while the most technical engineer can be the CTO, and we can run the company and go forward and conquer. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. Now I would like to open the floor for some questions, right? Probably you may raise your first question to Professor Butler. For the audience, it's time for you. We can entertain 2 or 3 few questions.
Hi, Professor Butler. This is Jasmine from Sri Lanka.
Hi, nice to hear you.
Yes, I will ask the question that I know that you have raised so much funds for research, for entrepreneurial, as well as some of the transformation projects that you are very capable and very experts in that area, which is especially risk reduction. And so are there any funds or any grants for entrepreneurs globally, so we can also utilize some of them for our initiative in Sri Lanka? So I'm looking at, is there any other opportunities for grants or funds available?
It's a great question, and everybody's looking for grants. Everybody's looking for income streams. I don't think there's anything in particular I could point you to. I mean, the way I do it is more a process to accessing and finding grants. So within the UK, there are various alerts. So our big funder is the UKRI. And so in order to be aware of grants, I make sure I subscribe to their various channels to make sure I'm alerted to the different types of fund and the requirements of those funds. That's one way of doing it, and that's hard. That's very competitive. In the UK, that about 10% or less actually get grants via that because it's just so competitive. So that'd be one thing. That's one way. The second way is sometimes there's often government funds. So again, it's being open to the channels from the relevant department within government that they may have access. So for example, in Wales, it's a devolved authority territory within the UK, and that means the Welsh government, and out of the Senedd in Cardiff, they have their own set of allocated funds. So these funds are supplementary to the UKRI funds. So again, I'm subscribing, and there's particularly funds around innovation. So I've had a lot of grants from that source to help with innovation, because they're keen to be productive, keen to grow. And the third source is have good networks, because a private sector source, if you're engineers, you're all engineers, you're going to come up with great ideas, unique ideas, very special ideas. So therefore, other investors, private investors, maybe equity, maybe others, they will actually invest in your ideas because they see a value in that. They can scale. If you've got a great idea, they will help to scale. So I'm doing that in the UK. I'm doing that through what we call an ICURE process. So in other words, they're helping me to sharpen my ideas and what I'm trying to do, and then they'll then showcase you to potential equity investors, like venture capital and things like that. I don't know. So they're the three sources. I'd say it's more a process. So be aware of access to funds. So for me, it's UKRI. That's our research councils, government funding, then anything that's coming out of private sources. And I think networks and information is the key to that. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Butler. We have another question. I think your question to engineer. Andy Vio, Professor Butler.
Engineer Andy.
Okay.
Yeah, this is not a question. Basically, the question will Engineer Andy. You have basically extensive experience connecting engineers and technology entrepreneurs internationally. Would it be possible to arrange exchange or field visit to IESL members to Singapore, where they could visit engineering companies, startups, and innovative centers and learn from ecosystems there? Do you see an opportunity to establish such a program between Sri Lanka Institute of Engineers and IES Singapore?
Yes, certainly. A few ways. If you need training on technopreneurship, we can arrange something for you in Singapore, in Sri Lanka, if you need. And certainly you're welcome to visit Singapore and see some of the development here, maybe even see some of the research labs, some of the things happening here. Yeah, and learn from how some of the companies are doing here. That's why Switch is probably one of the best time, because you get to see a lot of the development in one space. Yeah, and I can send the information to Engineer Jasmine. You can share it if you like to come. There's a lot of people coming from all over during that week to share. And you can see some of the development activities in Singapore as well. Yeah, you're always welcome, fellow engineers, to visit us. We are just IES without the L, but yeah, we are quite similar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Any more questions? Yes. So your question will be to the Professor Butler or both? Okay, that's a question for both of you.
Thank you, both of you. It's a nice knowledge sharing session. I appreciate. My question is for the public service public sector engineers, there are some restrictions for involving the entrepreneurship activities. So I would like to know from the UK and Singapore, what kind of stance are there?
Yeah. I would say for Singapore, entrepreneurship basically means solving new problems with new ways, right? Essentially. And public sector and all that, I'm sure you have problems that are not solved because as things develop, new materials, new systems, AI, new possibilities will emerge. That's one side of things. And as the development goes forward, there will be things that you want to work on that will be driving progress as well. In Singapore, for example, sustainability is something of recent years that has come about. And because of the trend of climate change and environmental protection, sustainability has become important. And organizations, even the public sector, are looking at ways to be sustainable in the way they operate and run. Yeah, other things that are driving change, AI, energy transition, things like that. So certainly the engineers there can participate, whether it's in setting standards, whether it's in analyzing solutions for outcomes, things like that. So there will be a space for everybody to participate. Yeah, certainly you could also come out of the public sector and drive some of these solutions in the market as well. With your knowledge of how public sector is being run, maybe that'll be a good position for you to guide the implementation and adoption of new solutions in that way. Yeah.
Before we answer Professor Butler, let me add that I'm not very sure whether the question is very much clear to you or not. His question was actually, he's asked, we want to know that engineers, those are in the other countries, those are working in public sector, can they practice in the private sector? That type of thing, right? So.
Yeah, no, it's a very important, great question. Within the UK, I can't remember the exact figure, but the public sector is something like 40% of GDP. It's huge. Okay, so therefore there's a lot of big organizations, at various different levels in the UK that are in the public sector. And I'd say some engineering solutions are really important, and I give a couple of examples. So we're not as good as, it doesn't appear to be that we're as good as other countries in terms of things like high-speed rail, because it's just taking, the costs are exponentially exploding. The timescale is getting longer and longer, and yet there's a big kind of public sector component to this, UK government funding oversight. So I'd say there's tremendous opportunities, So I'm thinking, so it's a big sector, certainly in the UK. It's the particular schemes like the high-speed rail. I'd also go to health. Healthcare is advancing so much and so fast. It requires engineers in order to help with diagnosis processes. What I'd also say is actually what gradually over time the mix has been between public and private partnerships. So, for example, I was running a huge project called NEWID, the North East Wales Industrial Decarbonisation. So we've got like Airbus, we've got like car manufacturing in North East Wales. One of the big challenges is how we can decarbonise those kind of big organisations. But you need a public sector involvement in that to help coordination, often to kickstart through funds, sometimes through advice. So therefore, it's absolutely fundamental to the big changes, societal changes we're going to be requiring around sustainability, these kind of public-private partnerships and the knowledge that both sectors have and how they're going to work together to create these long-term solutions. And universities have a big part to play in this with the knowledge that's being generated. So in particular, I'm on an oversight group that looks at the introduction of a hydrogen pipeline between a place called Wrexham, which some of you might know from the Wrexham Football Club, and the Hollywood people have been investing in it, of going up to Deeside, which is a kind of a port. So and what they're looking for is off-takers, people actually going to kind of, the big businesses, these see where they're going to shift to the new green gas solution. All of that's engineering. In order to the provision, adapting existing systems within these businesses. So I'd say, look, so in short, there are huge opportunities.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you very much, Professor. I hope
If the
yes. Yeah, we have two more questions, I think, right? Okay. Yes, madam, please.
A quick question about the, are there any government incentives? I'm thinking about actually taxation. Are there any incentives given by the government for entrepreneurs where tax is concerned?
Yeah, in Singapore, government gives tax benefits for companies that are investing in R&D. They get higher tax deductions for that. Yeah, those activities, because the government views that you spend money in R&D, gonna create new solutions that you can sell and generate more revenue. So that's activity that is highly encouraged and supported by tax deductions. Yeah, in Singapore. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe the one last question. Yes.
Okay. So I got quickly. My question is, when the young or the entrepreneur, when doing a startup, especially financial is an issue. So in your country, how the banks, how it support, whether with the proposal or some kind of, because in our country, there are a lot of mortgage and a lot of documents has to be filled. So what sort of mechanism in your countries for young or the new startup from entrepreneur to get the finance, maybe loan or a grant or something?
So for the Singapore situation is our government agency for enterprise. They have grants for entrepreneurship. So first-time founders can tap into grants in Singapore to start their companies. Yeah, and traditionally the angel investors or their friends and family would kind of support them in their initial rounds of setting up the company. Getting bank loans is usually after maybe a couple of years where they have a stable financial position where they can take loans from the. It's pretty regulated here. Interest rates are quite reasonable. It's just that the government wants to make sure lending is properly done and not too much risk is taken by the entrepreneurs as well, that the banks are also prudent in the way they give out loans. Yeah, but there are lots of tapping into investors. We have venture capital, we have angel investors, or those who have worked a few years and they have some savings and they want to pursue some projects. Could be in collaboration with university, which has research funds to support things like that. It would help to lower the risk of the capital outlay needed. Yeah, and certainly the senior engineers who have done quite a bit of work in traditional industries may have accumulated some money, might like to support them as well to get them kick-started on their ideas. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Andy. With that, we would like to conclude today's panel discussion. I would say on behalf of Entrepreneurs Forum of Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for both of you, that is Professor Michael Butler and Engineer Andy V, for participating in this valuable panel discussion, sharing your knowledge and your very valuable experience. Thank you very much. Good time.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our own moderator, Engineer Mangala Silla, for leading such an insightful and engaging discussion. Our sincere appreciation also goes to our distinguished international panelists as well, Professor Michael Butler and Engineer Andy Andrew V. Thank you very much for your contribution today. It means a lot to us. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Right. And at the same time, we would like to remind that there will be a letter of appreciation for our international panelists here. So we'll be sending to you very soon. So with that note, we'll be continuing with our today's agenda. So about World Entrepreneurship Day 2026, it requires us to adapt, it requires us to learn, and it requires us to build strong networks. And increasingly, it requires us to think beyond our borders and connect with global opportunities. I think this was one of the perfect examples that we can give you, that we are always thinking beyond our boundaries. So it was an international panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So with that, meanwhile, we are preparing for our next Spotlight Tech Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, let me have the honor of introducing our Spotlight Tech Talk for tonight's agenda. So we now move on to another exciting segment of today's program, which is the technology is transforming every aspect of our lives. We all know that since we are moving on to the industry 5.0. So industries and businesses, everything, we are seeing it changing day by day, rapidly, disruptively. So today, artificial intelligence is creating entirely new possibilities for entrepreneurs, startups, and innovators. To take us into this exciting conversation, we are delighted to welcome the Head of Product and Service Innovation at Dialog Asiata PLC, Mr. Chamila Vijayawardena. And let me have the honor of introducing him to today's platform. Right, I think I got it. Just to make sure that we won't miss anything. Yes, so Mr. Chamila Vijayawardena is the Head of Product and Service Innovation at Dialog Asiata PLC with over 20 years of experience across enterprise technology, telecommunications, and emerging technologies. A graduate in electronics and telecommunication engineering from the University of Moratuwa. He also holds an MBA from PIM, University of Sri Jawahardanapura. His work also spans AI, voice AI, IoT, 5G, private networks, industry digitalization, and university-led R&D, with a strong focus on transforming emerging technologies into commercially relevant products and real-world solutions. So we would like to cordially invite you on the stage to carry on with our tech talk for today. Over to you, sir.
Evening, everyone. So I'm Chamila from Dialog Asiata. I head Product and Service Innovation Vertical. And when I was asked to have a tech talk here, I just picked this topic of my mind. But when I really looked into it, it's a serious topic, right? And if you search in YouTube, you will find many prominent people talking about entrepreneurship in the age of AI. So what I will do here is touch what I have experienced and what I see what's changing here locally and how it will affect us, the industry and the engineering community at large. Right? So these are some of the work that I have been doing at Dialog. You might have seen some of these things, right? You probably might have experience, you probably is experience. So you probably is experiencing the fuel parks that we created some time ago. I'll come to that story as well. And apart from that, mostly it's not entrepreneurial. We do things to create a brand awareness within the larger community. And we work with a lot of entrepreneurs as well in that process. So I can shed some light on my experience in that. Because as you know, Dialog sells you the electromagnetic spectrum, right? You can't see it, right? It's a part of the spectrum that we sell you. If we are using which you send data, right? But you see Dialog as something, this technological future today and so on, which is a construct in your mind that this company is like this, right? This is our product and service. So to create that in your mind is what we do by introducing new products and services and portraying ourselves as a leading technology company, right? And I do contribute to our platform services as well. Yeah, we create new things because many people come onto dialogue platforms, have their own products and services, young entrepreneurs, and then earn money because we mostly as a payment provider, add to bill facilities and all that, they can have their own services on our platforms and then reach out to a large market. So AI is a very interesting topic because it is now having serious impact on our society at large as well as the industry, right? So let me tell you, I'm not a expert on entrepreneurship, neither am an expert on AI. I have touched both to a certain extent. And in the process of creating products, there is a part that I do that overlaps with entrepreneurship. That is new product development, prototyping, and so on. So in that context, I can shed some light on this forum, right? So a few years, maybe not even 2-3 years ago, right? Even 2 years ago, if you want to have a good business, right? What would you need, right? I'm talking mostly from a technology perspective because I'm coming from a technology angle. You would need the software developers, the designers, the website, the marketing, and all that before even you start something, and you need capital, right? So I heard in this forum as well, many people seeking startup capital even before they start doing something, right? But the world is now a different place, and world is now running at a different pace as well, right? Because if you want to do this right now in the age of AI, you don't need any of this, right? So believe me, which I have tried. And then what does an entrepreneur with the same idea need in 2026? Maybe one person, AI tools, a laptop, cloud infrastructure, a customer willing to talk and pay for your service. It's not as easy as that. But about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, we had something called Dialogue Innovation Challenge, where we reached out to market and then got ideas from different people in the country. And they all sent us ideas, concepts, right? And I sat through most of them, 600 plus, to see whether they are worthy of considering for our initiative, right? So they are just ideas. Now, in today's world, if you have some idea, you can easily create into a product. It's a technology. I'm talking about the software products, because mostly you create a technology product to reach out to your market, right? So if you have used AI products like Claude Code or coding tools from the other service providers, you will see that it's very easy to create your first prototype, right? That is now maybe 2-3 days work for you to start doing it, right? Which otherwise would have taken you good 5-6 months to do about 2-3 years ago. That's the major change I see that's happening. And what is impacting here is the software development, software developers in our country. So I'm not in social media at all, but I'm in Reddit community because there's a good discussion going on in that forum. And then I see there are some forums called subreddits, and there are software development forums. I see that people, how they have been affected, the software development companies, right? Developers, people being laid off, even the interns are unable to, in the IT sector now, it's very difficult to find an internship opportunity, because that's because of the impact of AI and what's happening, right? So in our company at Dialogue as well, I recently, as 2-3 weeks ago, bought 2 high-end computers with GPUs. My justification to the management was, for this year, I haven't used any funds to do software development from outside. All what we did was inside, because I don't have software developers. I have a set of engineers, right? And my engineers, they are capable of, from the ICT industry, right? So they are capable of doing the prototyping and all that can be done right now, right? So when it comes to entrepreneurship, the first thing is creating a prototype before even go to MVP, minimum value product, right? So now if that process is if that process is easy, you don't need that much of resources. The first step in getting to the market is very easy because of AI, but whether that's enough, it's a different discussion, right? So AI become a form of inexpensive on-demand capability, right? And developer, designer, all that can be done. Even market research, right? Market research and all that. Even before you come up with an idea, you can easily use AI tools to see whether that idea makes sense, right? And that they will give you feedback, right? So even, right? So I recently evaluated the proposal for a undergraduate proposal, right? And what I did, the process I did was I put it onto a AI tool, and I asked it to critically analyze the merits and demerits of this proposal. Now the AI tools are very good, right? There was a time about 5-6 months back, they had this hallucination, and then they tend to please you, right? You ask something, it agrees with you. Even a very bad concept, it will say, "Oh no, this is a good concept. Why don't you try out?" Right? Now the technology is not like that, right? If you try it out, it's much more advanced. So if you say it to critically analyze something, it will give you the merits, demerits, and all that, right? So then it's easy where your proposal stands, and you can ask what type of questions. My supervisor would ask me based on that and get prepared for that as well, right? So in terms of coming up with your own idea, right? There's a lot of market research that you can do to see and validate that idea, because the likelihood is somewhere out there in the world, right, has done this, right? So the effort that you needed some time ago to scan that market, see whether it makes sense, is no more there. It will look for Sri Lankan companies as well. Who are my competitors? If I do this thing, they'll say, okay, there are some Sri Lankan competitors and well. So you can the concept before you even think about the product, you have to develop that concept in your mind. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is how my product would look like, right? So you have to have some imagination on what. So that process now can be very easy. So which otherwise would have taken you a lot of time, right? So what I understood during what I tell my team is, when you have some idea, we all live in our heads, no, right? We have a perception of this would work like this, right? But whether my perception of something matches with the perception of the majority in the society, right? That's a different question, right? So if you can find that match, right, then you might have something to work on, right? That's a fundamental truth. Why does this matter, particularly to Sri Lanka, right? Because entrepreneurship, I'm not going into entrepreneurship. I believe it's not a mindset. It's a discipline, right? You can learn entrepreneurship like engineering is a discipline. You have to learn entrepreneurship as well. And when I looked at some of this content out there, even in the universities like MIT in US, right? There are programs where entrepreneurship is taught, right? And then I would like to follow the same, right? So I'm not going there to the first principles or the entrepreneurship, all that. But then why does it matter? Simply because the small SMEs, right? Small and medium enterprises have in this country's economy. For a company like Dialog, we might be one of the highest revenue generating companies, maybe in the top 1, 2, 3, right? But we employ about 1,000+ people, right? So these companies are the backbone of our country, our economy, and our society, right? And these are the numbers, the contribution to GDP, the employment, and all, right? So the moment you become an entrepreneur, right? You are also contributing in that way, right? So this is, and the other thing is, right, slowly moving out to why we have to be entrepreneurial, right, in this age of AI, is that Sri Lanka doesn't have a shortage of problems, right? So when you are a engineering graduate, and some of my friends met recently for a dinner, like most of you, some came from US and all, right? So the question is, why aren't you moving somewhere to a developed country, right? Everyone is saying for the sake of children, go, right? For the sake of children, that's what everyone is going, no, right? So then my argument was, right, we have enough and more problems in this country, right? So if you have problems, then there are opportunities as well, right? Opportunities to solve these problems, right? So if you go to a more advanced economy, advanced place, right, the infrastructure and all that might be good, plus the endemic racism that you get with it, right? Apart from that, right, the if there are problems, right, and if we can solve them, right, there is opportunity, right? Opportunity, if there's opportunity, there is a more entrepreneurial opportunity for people to get in, start doing something and change the way we do things here, right? So that's a fundamental thing that one should consider. And then how the startup sequence has changed is now earlier, right? You have idea, even to build something, you need to raise money, build teams, build product, launch, learn, right? So as I told you, it's very easy to now do a prototype, right? And then go to your customers, see what it works, right? Are there people willing to pay for it, right? And it's good. It's very easy for engineers to do, right? Because they are rational thinkers, right? When you are rational thinkers, even if you use AI tools, you might not use them blindly, right? In a step-by-step manner, right? In a structured thinking that we use in engineering can be applied to using AI for your work as well. So that's where I think engineers have an advantage. Now if the product, if everyone can build systems, right, everyone can come up with some idea, some product to go to market, right? So then what is that makes the difference, right? Say about 1 year or so back, I had a request from my boss that a doctor has done its own patient management system, and he wants to host it in dialogue service locally, because you have to have locally hosted systems because of the data privacy laws and all that now in place and all, right? So he was wondering whether he has used AI and white coded the thing, right? So what's your opinion, right? In terms of security and all that, right? So my feedback to him was, if it passes all the security checks, right, and is good enough to be deployed, right, and used, why not, right? It doesn't matter whether it's developed by humans or by AI, right? As long as certain checks have been ticked, tick boxes have been ticked in terms of security and other considerations when you build solutions, right? So that's where the world is moving. So it's no longer technical people, non-technical people will come in, right, and get their work done, right? So this is the business. For business, one thing is that AI is just a tool, right? So like we got so accustomed to Microsoft Office and all that other software tools, right? The AI now, when you consider our kids, right, they are just a tool for them, right? So from a mindset of an entrepreneur, right, if you look at AI as just another solution that you give out to market, you might be missing the point, because at the end of the day, whatever said and done, you should be looking at solving people's problems. And the question to answer is, right, whether there is someone to pay for this, right? So then you can go for it, right? And this is all part of entrepreneurship and not AI, right? So AI, AI is there as a tool for you to do things faster, right? But can we do things faster is another question, right? So if in Singapore and China, you can create a company in minutes, and in Sri Lanka, we have 10 months to do that, right? There are fundamental problems, right? So those are things, I think, what engineers as a whole should lobby government to change, right? For deregulation and change, right? Otherwise, all this is just talk, right? All this is just talk. Where can Sri Lankan entrepreneur create defensible value? This is more related to AI, because the foundation models are the ones, the ChatGPT and the Chinese open source models and so on, right? We cannot go there because of the infrastructure requirements, the GPU requirements, the power requirements, and all that. But we can play on certain areas, right? For example, we recently launched a product called Goimituru. That's a AI agent, a voice agent. You can ask a question in Sinhala and Tamil, right? It will answer back in Sinhala or Tamil, right? Sinhala is not that good. It has an Indian accent because we use Google services, right? And the bill, we got about $8,000, right? For about 1 year, close to 1 year's usage, right? That was a free service. Dialog can afford that. But then if people in mass start using these services, right? Similar to we are paying for oil, we would be paying for these AI companies as well in future, right? So we should be wise as a whole to I think people would be wise to build certain AI infrastructure within the country, at least for some local language work as well. So at Dialog, we have trained certain models to give us that, right? But then the capability of hosting these models here is still a not commercially viable thing. The moat is not the model. The moat is everything you build around the model, right? Local knowledge, workflows, and all that. So I said now everyone can build a model, right? Recently, I visited the police department. They are having their 160th anniversary next week. Not next week, but week after that, right? So a young policeman has built a chatbot and a voice bot, right? With whatever information that they are available to them, right? So you can do your own thing, right? You can be domain expertise on your areas and build things and reach out to market. You can come from different disciplines, right? But the barrier for you to go out to market because of the high cost of software development is no longer there. If you are willing to take that step and see, right, whether you are from mechanical engineering or other form of civil engineering, you want to go out there and promote your business and all that and have a website, right? Even certain tools to do your work, right? You can now build them yourself, right? And people will build that, right? And that is the change that would come in, right? Because of that change, the software developers are affected, right? But the engineers will not be affected until the robotics come in, right? I have brought some robots from China. They can do wonderful things, dance, fight, and all that, right? But then, so it's at a very early stage. But once you put AI into the robotics, right, they would do physical activities as well. And then the whole world would be a different place, right? Maybe in 10 to 15 years time, right? Maybe even sooner, that change would come in, right? So in that world, the world we are living, what is our place? The human contribution, right? Because human ingenuity will still be needed, right? The creativity and the ingenuity that comes through us, right? They are still just systems, but the ability to for you to manipulate that systems are the key thing. So since it's an engineering forum, the difference of being engineer building things and then the other people, I'm not saying engineers are not entrepreneurs, right? But engineers try to build things at once, right? And go build, right? But being an entrepreneur, should I build this? Who will pay for this, right? There's another whole sales and marketing part and getting your product to market, scaling up and all that is there, right? You still have to do that. That flows can use AI as well, right? So that has to be done if you have to go out there, right? So that you shouldn't forget that whole 9 yards has to be done, right? If you build a product, you have just built a product. Creating awareness out there is a different game, right? There are people on our network who are using, we have these very small applications, but earning a lot of money, right? What they do is, right? I'll give you an example. They say a quiz program, right? You create a quiz and then put out there, answer the quiz, these quizzes, and then create a leaderboard. And they publish on social media for every month who's coming on top, right? Will get a phone, some sort of a phone, right? Or some carrot, right? And then people engage, right? And you have subscriptions per day, right? And you will give you 5 rupees from you, right? And then if you have 10,000 customers, right? 50,000 rupees, right? 20,000 customers, your phone might be, right? You can actually give a phone, but then the economies make sense, right? But entrepreneurship is much more beyond that, right? You should create value to the society at large, right? And then see whether that sticks in, right? And not necessarily for money. That's what I believe. If you start it for money, right, then might as well do trading, right? Entrepreneurs have to play that long game, right? So this is where I'm coming from, right? Do not start an AI company, right? Earn your first 100,000 using AI, right? Try to build something, put it out there. The learnings that you do would be of paramount. If you do something, you have something, and if you are there at the right time, at the right place, then you will have that, right? You will have something to talk about. Like me, it's a good moment to tell you about how we came about this fuel quota system, right? So it came because of some other system that we did a dialogue, right? So I was part of a team. We were at that time looking at putting a dialogue broadcasting, digital broadcasting service stations throughout the country, right? So the technology was DVB-T, if you know about broadcasting. So our intention was not to go into broadcasting. Our intention was to free up the spectrum, what is called the digital dividend, right? So if now this analog and analog televisions that we use now occupy certain frequency range on the broadcast spectrum, right? If you move that, right, we'll have a lot of space on the spectrum to transmit data. So that was the idea at that time, right? So that's a topic of its own. And we needed to find, we had 8 licenses for transmitters, put up transmitters, and broadcast transmitters are usually put on top of mountains, right? So then what happened was, when you go to these places, right, we have company vehicles, we have to go to another location to get a petrol chit, right? You just can't go there. If you want to go to Morelli, you have to go through Kandy, because Kandy is our office, right? And then it takes you another 1.5 hours, right? So in that, at the same time, there was this NFC technology, right? And we were looking at what to do with it. So we came up with it. Why not our admin? We create this card, right? NFC card, and put it into this card, right? And then create that solution, right? Where you can, somewhere else you can pump petrol, give the card like you use a credit card, right? Our admin said, no, right? Can't do that, right? Drivers will not like that and all that, right? So that's what you experience when you try to do new things, right? So then what we did was, we as employees, we got a fuel chit. It's a book, right? So this Felix Pereira and few other places, we have to go there. I'm finished, right? Okay, I'll finish with the story, right? Go there, right? And then pump your fuel, give out the chip, right? So then we automated that. We gave a card called touch card and automated that. Still 2 places, right? So down the line, when we realized that, okay, why are we putting deposits at individual petrol stations? We can put petrol station. We can give that deposit at the LIOC or CPETCO somewhere, and then all this can be connected, right? So then we did that, right? And we did that, and we thought, we saw there are other enterprises who need the solution as well, right? And then we created a enterprise product out of it and gave to other solutions, right? So that was a card, the touch card, right? So then when the fuel crisis came, right, it was putting 1 and 2 together, right? So we had this solution. It was a matter of not giving a card, right? Giving a QR code, right? Because when we started, the QR code technology was not really there, right? Not very prominent. But now it's there. You can easily do a QR code, right? And then do that, right? So that's how it came out to be. We were at the right time, at the right place with something we had, right? I think after that, if you can remember, maybe in a 1 or 2 weeks time, everything got settled, right? So that is, you have to have something, right? You go and build something, and then you will know where you will end up, right? Sri Lanka is not too small, right? People will say, right, when you go to build something, there are 2 books, right? People always have Napotai, Bapotai, right? The Napotai Natang, you look at Bapota and you say you can't do it, right? Right? So we usually don't follow that, right? And then that's the same thing I presented. What happens when everyone can build? Where your difference is, right? In the age of AI, what matters your expertise, right? So if you are a mechanical engineer, you can be boosted by what AI gives you, right? In your own field, right? The more you know, the more you can get and more you can create, right? You have to know the subject to answer even a question, right? So you can be if you are an expert now, you can be much more than what you are today, right? So individual disciplines, I believe, can benefit, right? Problem, prototype, all that, right? So what still slows us down? So this is something we are coming up with because Jasmine came and right, asked some funds, right? As you are also asking the Singapore guys and all, right? Where the money, where the money is, right? Everyone is coming to us, can you give us some money, right? And then we give money, they go with it. We don't know what they do, right? So we thought, why not we create a product, right? So if you are starting something, you might probably need storage, right? Some connectivity, some communication medium, some SMS access, right? Some mechanism to engage with the customers. We'll have some of these tools, we'll bundle them, right? And we'll give you as a product, maybe worth of 250,000 LKR or so, right? So we are in the process of doing that, right? We'll give some money as well to the likes of good people who are doing entrepreneurship programs and all, right? To keep things going. But we would also want to make a material impact, not just people come and use funds and go, right? When you do these kind of innovation sessions, you will see there are a certain set of people who will only do this, come to these innovation programs, and then they go to another program, get something, never with a product, right? It's always incubating, so it's always at the stage. That's what people do, right? Sri Lankan people are, right, very good at hustling and all that, no, right? And not very, not you can put not a lot of effort and get something out, right? So that's, I think, believing. So that's also happening in this entrepreneurial field as well. So that's the end of my this thing. I hope you had some insight and I was able to enrich you at least with some of my viewpoints. So thank you for having me here, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Shamila. So we have a token of appreciation for you as well for your contribution. It was really inspiring, your speech, and lots of things to gain as well. So to come as a presentation party, I would like to call upon Engineer Suran Fernando, Engineer Samantha Gunawardhan also on stage to present the token of appreciations. And Mr. Shamila, please accept our token of appreciation. Also, we would like to call upon Engineer Mangala Silva on stage as our moderator. We would like to give you our token of appreciation as well. Please accept it. Thank you very much, the presentation party and Mr. Chamila and Engineer Mangala Silva. Thank you very much for everyone. And yes, so now we would like to go upon to our next interesting item of the day, which is Engineer the Entrepreneur from Idea to Impact through Integrated Business Performance Architecture. So it's none other than Professor Engineer Ranil Sugadadasa, who is a globally exposed CEO coach, business transformation consultant, leadership trainer, mindset mastery expert, motivational speaker, chartered engineer, AI strategist, and professor attached to the Department of Transport Management and Logistics Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Professor Ranil has trained and coached over 1.2 million people and personally mentored more than 1,200 CEOs, managing directors, board directors, business owners, entrepreneurs, and next generation successors across Asia, Australia, North America, and Europe. His work focuses on improving leadership, effectiveness, profitability, decision-making, execution discipline, organizational alignment, and sustainable business growth. I hope you have got what you need in this coming keynote speech, I think, when I'm speaking out the bio right now. As an author also, he led multiple leadership business books published through Amazon Global, including CEO Mastery, Human plus AI Mastery, Sustaining Sustainability, Engineer to Leader, Communication Mastery, Stakeholder Mastery, Business Environment in Project Management, and other titles. And he continuously influences leaders, professionals, entrepreneurs, and organizations globally, and today us. So without further ado, let me coordinate that. Professor Ranil on stage. So over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear engineers. I think it's a privilege for me to conduct this small session on, very important session on engineer the entrepreneur. And I'm going to be based on my experience at the University of Moratuwa as a academic to teach engineering management entrepreneurship to young engineers at Moratuwa University, plus my experience with CEOs, business leaders, entrepreneurs, directors, and top-level managers in the corporate sector doing a lot of businesses and entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka, Asia, North America, Australia, Europe, and so forth and so forth. Plus, I put all my experience into some books, actually speaking, because I'm a believer of the fact that Sri Lanka can export knowledge to international countries, other countries. We usually import knowledge from United States of America and Europe. And I disagree all the time. Of course, we can learn from these books. At the same time, we can export knowledge. And as a result of that, I wrote these books, CEO Mastery, Engineer to Leader, Human plus AI, and so forth, to make sure that some of our ideas, some of our experience is going to be internationally published and people start reading it. So these are my background with respect to this lecture. And engineer the entrepreneur. So when it comes to engineers, I think when they become entrepreneurs, there are three things that they have to engineer. First of all, they have to engineer themselves. And then they have to engineer the business. And then they have to engineer the organization. So you can have a great idea. And entrepreneurship is solving society's complex problems with innovative mindset at a profit. Society's complex problems with innovative mindset at a profit. And mainly, complex problems can be solved only by engineers. That's the advantage we have. Give ourselves a big round of applause. Because complex problems are so complex in the world that mostly it is engineering problem. So that is where the edge is. We have that competitive edge, actually speaking. And so when we try to solve a complex problem at a profit, you become an entrepreneur. But still, you are not going to be a great entrepreneur unless you engineer yourself, you engineer your business, and you engineer your organization. That's where the failure point is. Our engineers try to find models to solve complex problems. They come out with great ideas, but they don't go beyond that. They don't engineer themselves. They don't engineer the business, and they don't engineer the organization. After working with 1,300 entrepreneurs and CEOs in the world, I found 3 formulas, and I'm going to share it with you all. Having said that, why engineers make powerful entrepreneurs? Number 1, we are problem solvers. From grade 11 and 12, while learning pure maths, applied maths, physics, and chemistry, we solve thousands of, 10,000s of problems. Agree or disagree? So we are trained to solve complex problems. And we can use the same mindset to solve the complex problems in the society. Because we are on problem solvers from grade 11, grade 12, university first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and so forth. And secondly, engineers can do lots of system thinking. Systems thinking. And this systems thinking is very important to develop a business, actually speaking. Because it's end of the day, you have to create a system. And engineers have a competitive edge over this. Third one is, engineers are very, very interested about optimization. Even in the university, I can see our Madam Professor Niranjani Ratnayaka, one of my teachers, and one of my mentor, Professor Disanayaka, Randit Disanayaka. I mean, they have been teaching us the optimization. When it comes to my very closest mentor, Professor Amal Kumarage, one of his buzzwords is optimization. Optimize, 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 and optimize. So being engineers, we are trained to optimize. And we are trained to innovate. That's our competitive edges. Problem solving, system thinking, optimization, and innovativeness. So we have to put it together. And in doing so, ladies and gentlemen, there is a process of entrepreneurship. First of all, you have to identify the opportunity. The problem you are trying to solve should be a huge problem worth enough to solve. Now, in the world, there are enough problems worth enough to solve thanks to Mr. Donald Trump, the ego of Israel leader, the egos of Iranian leader, the egos of Russian leader, the egos of Chinese leader. And there are enough problems due to climate change, El Nino, and all the other things. There are enough problems due to digital and many other new initiatives. So you have to find a worthy problem to solve. I would say the problem should be at least few US dollar millions. Otherwise, no point of wasting time to solve a small problem. You know my point? We have to find a good problem to solve. That's one of the point where our engineers fail in. Because they try to use their technical knowledge to come out with something, but they don't see the market and they don't understand the real value of the problem they solve. So you have to find a problem which is valuable enough to solve. That's number one, my dear friends. That's very, very important. So that is identify the opportunity. The second point is you have to design the solution where engineers are fully equipped on that. You have to design the solution. Even though I'm originally a civil engineer, now I'm doing a AI project with one of the electronics engineering student, and I'm using my experience into CEO coaching and business leader coaching to with that electronics engineering students technical knowledge and AI and coding knowledge to put, so that we are going to come out with a sort of a tool to basically help entrepreneurs to manage their workload very effectively without having unnecessary pressure into the head, actually speaking. So you have to design the solution with technical knowledge. That is very important. But here, engineers sometimes overestimate themselves. They just design the solution without thinking the return on investment, without thinking the costing and the budget, without thinking the price and the opportunity to sell that product. So that is the third point, is you have to validate the evidence whether there is someone to buy your product or service by doing a pilot project, actually speaking, rather than going to the big manufacturer or scaling up, actually speaking. So you have to validate the evidence. Then after that, our engineers stop there. They either stop at design solution or validate the solution, validate the evidence. But the most important steps are coming after that. You have to architect the business. That's where most of our engineers fail. They fail in architecting the business, right? And once you architect the business, then you have to build traction by winning few customers and getting some revenue and execution momentum, actually speaking. And then there again, sometimes our engineers fail because they're impatient. They wait 1 or 2 months, maybe a couple of months. If they see that this is not going to happen, if it's taking time, they go for a very good job, which pays very high money, very high salary, and they forget their entrepreneurship, actually speaking. So build traction. Building traction is very important, and it's very tough also, my dear friends. And finally, you have to scale it. So entrepreneurship from idea to impact is having 6 actually steps. Identify the opportunity. Number 2, design solution. Designing solution is one of the expertise of engineers. And thirdly, validate the evidence. And to do that, you have to get marketeers to your team, finance team members to your team, AI people to your team, other professionals to your team, so that it is going to be multidisciplinary. Only engineers can't do it. We have to respect the other disciplines also: finance, marketing, sales, supply chain, technology, AI, human resources, and so forth. Without that, you can't validate it only using your engineering knowledge. And that's why even our engineering faculties now, we have a lot of management component to teach management to engineers, so that they get a sort of a sense about other subjects as well, more than our times, actually speaking. Then architect the business, the 5th, that is the 4th step. And then build traction, getting some customers, getting their feedback, and getting that initial momentum. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, scale the impact. So this is these steps. And then how to engineer the entrepreneur. To engineer the entrepreneur, there are 7 masteries. You have to master your self-mastery, your self-discipline, self-awareness, time management, energy management, emotional intelligence, and so forth. Then mindset mastery. Your mindset will decide the ceiling of your business. Then strategic and commercial mastery. As an engineer, you have to get that mastery, without which you can't be surviving in the industry. Then decision and risk mastery, very important. As engineers, you should be able to make quick and accurate decisions so fast, without which you can't survive in the dynamic business world. Then execution and system mastery. As engineers, if you want to become entrepreneurs, you should become real talented execution, mastery and system mastery in such a way that you can get the things done fast, actually speaking. Then people and communication mastery. Many of the engineers sometimes lack this part. And they have to improve that if they really, really want to improve their entrepreneurship. And innovation, digital and AI mastery. As our previous speakers, AI can do a lot for you, actually speaking. So if an entrepreneur can master these 7 masteries, before they scale the business, we have to scale the founder. And one of my experiences is that I met one of the entrepreneur who is having very high potential at a point, but he was having very less self-discipline. He doesn't come on time. His time management is extremely poor. His energy management is extremely poor. His emotional intelligence is extremely poor. All the other things are perfect. He's a brilliant engineer from one of our engineering faculties. What we did was, we actually correct his time management, self-discipline, self-awareness by coaching and so forth. And after that, his 7 masteries become perfect, that he was able to bring the business from Sri Lanka to Philippines and so forth. So unless you correct your self-mastery, your mindset mastery, however talented you are, you can't reach to the next level. So these 7 masteries are equally important. If you have only, say you have 100 out of 100 for self-mastery, 100 out of 100 for mindset mastery, 100 out of 100 for strategy and commercial mastery, but 0 out of 100 for decision and risk mastery, again, you are going to fail. And that's why you have to understand each of these masteries separately and make sure that you develop your gaps, actually speaking. And secondly, this is about entrepreneur. Then if you want to scale, you have to engineer the business. When it comes to engineering the business, I have found something called 7 business drivers. And I put Ranil's 7 business drivers. One American CEO asked me, why did you put Ranil's? I said, if Newton can put Newton's first law, second law, third law, if Faraday can put Faraday's law, if Potter can put Potter's 5 P's, why not Ranil can put Ranil's 7 CEO masteries, so Ranil's 7 business drivers, so Ranil's 7 business enablers. Then actually, he came to Sri Lanka to meet me. He really came to meet me because he said, it's so much of courage. I said, yes, this is my model, so I can use my name. So when it comes to engineer the business, you have to have 7 business drivers. Number 1 is strategic direction. Most of our entrepreneurs do not know the strategic direction. They just come out with something. And then number 2, commercial strength. They have to understand the commercial strength of the business. Then financial health. Then execution excellence. Then systems and process maturity. Then people alignment. Then innovation, future readiness. A brilliant idea becomes an enterprise when performance is engineered. To engineer the performance, you can go by 7 business drivers. If you are going to miss one of these drivers, say, for example, say one of our leading business in Sri Lanka, having commercial strength, financial strength, execution excellence, and they are doing great. They think they are doing great. But if they don't have strategic direction, they might fail in next year. But just because they are having commercial strength, financial health, execution excellence, they can be excellently now at the current context. But when it comes to dynamic business world, unless you make sure that you manage all the other 7 masteries, you can't survive as an organization. You can't survive as a business. That's why 7 business mastery, business enablers are very, very important. Drivers are very, very important. Next, I like to go for engineer the enterprise for lasting impact. I mean, you have to improve your idea to a profitable idea. Then you have to improve yourself to a next level CEO level entrepreneur. Then you have to improve your business to the next level by using 7 business drivers. And finally, you have to improve your organization. Just because you improve yourself, your idea and your business, it doesn't function sustainably unless you improve your organization. To improve your organization, I have something called Ranil's 7 leadership enablers. It has points like strategic alignment. Everyone should be aligned to one direction. Maybe sometimes when it comes to entrepreneurship, one of the co-founder is going to this direction, the other co-founder is going to that direction. And they are only going for 1 or 2 years. After that, there is a collapse. So strategic alignment is very important. And number 2, governance clarity. Because our entrepreneurs, they never think about the governance of the organization. Knowing the governance of the organization is very important to understand the approval limits, approval power, and so on and so forth. because they don't have governance clarity. After 1 or 2 years of very peaceful and successful journey, they start fighting. They start fighting, and they are going to break the organization to 2 or 3 because there is no governance clarity, actually speaking. Then number 3 is decision quality and speed as an organization. And number 4, execution oversight as an organization. Then number 5, leadership trust as an organization. Number 6, talent succession as an organization, because sometimes the founder think that he can run the organization for next 50 years. It is impractical. He has to have successors. He has to think about his retirement after 5 or 6 years, because otherwise he's devoting so much of energy for unnecessary administration. So once you can found it, you can scale it, and after the point you can, hand it over to a paid CEO, actually speaking, and paid director board. And that is succession, talent and succession. And finally, your organization need to have future readiness. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you have to find a worthy problem to solve, then design the solution with lot of engineering knowledge. Then you have to validate the evidence using finance, marketing, sales, strategic, and human resource professionals. And then you have to architect the business, getting the support of others. And then you have to build the traction and get the initial momentum. And finally, you have to scale the impact. And in doing so, you have to master yourself. Your 7 CEO masteries are very important. If you don't master yourself, you are going to be a failure. If you analyze top-level entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka, top-level businessmen in Sri Lanka, top-level entrepreneurs in the world, they're having all these 7 masteries. 7 masteries. And I created this after analyzing them. And then once they master themselves, then they have to actually engineer the business. Then only the scaling is going to happen. And in engineering the business, you can use these Ranil's 7 business drivers. And after that, you have to engineer the organization, without which the business will collapse at a point. And when you engineer the organization, you're going to make a lasting impact. And your organization can even run for another 200 years without problem, because there is an engineered organization. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be an entrepreneur, solve a worthy problem, make it scalable, get your 7 CEO masteries, make sure that your business is having 7 business drivers, and finally, make sure that you engineer your organization with 7 leadership enablers. And thank you very much. All the very best to you all.
Thank you very much, Professor. If you can just accept our token of appreciation as well, Engineer Jasmine. So we would like to call upon you, and then we would like to call our Professor Ranjit Disanaik on stage to present the token of appreciation to our Professor Ranil Sugadasa. Thank you very much, presentation party. Thank you very much, Professor Ranil, once again, for that inspiring and always the energy we need at this space, at this forum. Right, so with that, now we have come to another exciting part of this evening, an initiative designed to empower Sri Lanka's next generation of entrepreneurs through technology, innovation, and entrepreneurial action. It is my pleasure to invite the chairperson of the Entrepreneurship Forum, IESL, a social entrepreneur and founder of Real Life Sri Lanka. I think I got some of your bio as well with me to make sure that I introduce you properly, madam. So as the chairperson of the Entrepreneurship Forum at the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, Engineer Jasmine Nanakara leads national initiatives empowering youth, women, and professionals to build sustainable ventures for Sri Lanka's economic growth. A computer engineer and a social entrepreneur, she holds a BTech in computer engineering and MBA founder of Real Life Sri Lanka, and girl Jasmine, Miss Engineer Jasmine blends technical expertise, life coaching, and eco-friendly product design to promote sustainable lifestyle and biodegradable solutions. Bridging engineering, venture creation, and social enterprise, she drives impactful entrepreneurial development to foster long-term national resilience and sustainable economic empowerment. So, Engineer Jasmine, over to you. Without further ado, let us go to our agenda.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sanjeev. He's our EXCO team treasurer, and there is a lot of support from our EXCO team of the Entrepreneurship Forum, and also the administrative and all the council members and everyone for this initiative, especially for empowering youth entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka, especially engineering sector. So I will give you a brief thing that we have come across so far. We initiated Entrepreneurship Forum in 2017 under the presidency of Engineer Jayavilal Migoda, and then after Professor Niranjani Ratnayaka and Professor Pallevatta, and also Professor Ranjit Disanayake, and all the other professors and engineers who take the leadership of ISL. So they supported immensely for ISL Entrepreneurship Forum. Beyond the professional development of engineers, they empower engineers to become entrepreneurs and also create job opportunities and make the economic empowerment of this country. So that's a great start, and that's why we're really proud of that. Today we are giving another milestone, especially that we are going to pre-launch National Startup Challenge. So this is something that we have the powerful resources and powerhouses like Professor Ranil Sugadasa as an engineer and turned entrepreneur, and Professor Ranjit Disanayake, who also a great entrepreneur. And so they will be supporting our initiative and guide the next generation. So we should have the next generation of entrepreneurs ready to take this movement of entrepreneurial culture, especially in engineering community. So this National Startup Challenge is one of the kind of programs, not like another kind of thing. It's a 10 months comprehensive platform where we empower engineers to become entrepreneurs. So it's designed to create the pathway for innovators, engineers, and also support startup founders to transform their ideas for prototypes and then minimal viable products, MVPs. From there, we will be support them to build scalable and investment-ready businesses. So that's the main of the today's highlight, because we are pipelining our startup programs annually, and it's a strategic directions we are going to build 10 startups per year, which can be scalable and go into the global market. So that's why we are getting the support from the Singapore ISS Institution of Engineers Singapore, and also some other global expertise and our provisional chapters and also overseas chapters. They can give a big support and build this ecosystem for building the entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka, especially in the engineering entrepreneurs and engineering community. So we are that powerful apex body, and we have the powerful network of 50,000 engineers who are linked together, and that's the transformation we are looking for from engineer to entrepreneur. So this is kind of our roadmap. First, we have to have the problem seeking and getting all the applications, all the countries. So we provide some awareness sessions, going to universities, going to undergraduates level, and then the practitioners and also the people who are willing to become entrepreneurs as open category. We enable them to join, and after giving some kind of awareness and how to do this kind of thing. So then we have the careful evaluation who are having the high potential to scale up. So we will find out 50 nations, 100 nations to 50 nations who are going to the another regional rounds. So then we will have the Third, we build and validate. We will get their get into the incubation and provide some comprehensive boot camp, right? And also give the support, mentoring, coaching, especially Professor Ranil, who can turn someone who are within less marketing and less presentations, whatever the skills, they can sharpen you, refine you further to a right entrepreneur. So then we can actually take that transformation from you, your version update as an entrepreneur, right? So I also, before 5-6 years ago, not such a person who can actually have the presentation skills very well, but now I'm toasted and mastered because of that. That entrepreneurial version is right in me right now. So that is the power that you actually get into this kind of a career plan, career change. You should wear those hats. So you have to become a presenter, you have to pitch for the investors, you have to share your ideas, and you have to collaborate, network, talk to each other. And that's how you build the network, and that's how you build out your entrepreneurial personality. So that is very important. And then we accelerate and showcase. So we have a techno exhibition annually. It's the 3 days exhibition at BMICH every year. It's a massive shout out that you can build if you are an entrepreneur. So we have an entrepreneurship forum booth there and the pavilion. So we have the future plans that if there's a top 10 startups coming under this program, National Startup Challenge, we provide the opportunity for them to showcase, and they can get the investments and also have the business partnerships and industry partnerships for their businesses and the business models. So that is the requirement that we are expecting from the person who are applying for the National Startup Challenge. So they can go for a 10 months program and transform yourself from engineer to entrepreneur. And then you can actually have your MVPs developed and get the investment ready from the right investors and also funding agencies. So from there, we support further to scale your product of your business to the next level, especially if it is a export-oriented business. We have very good export strategies and the international consultant, Stopul Dasanayaka. Thank you for presence here. And also he has done a masterclass. We have done 5 masterclass already in Engineer to Entrepreneur YouTube channel. You can go through that and you can study. So you can get the skills upgraded and get ready for the journey. It's a wonderful journey. You are transforming and you are satisfying yourself, transforming your skills to the next level and upgrade your version. So that is the last one. We are expecting you to make strategic partnership, investment opportunities, and also not only limited to local contest, you can go to the global. So that's why we are supporting you through this journey. So we create the platform where from the ideas to impact, from the Professor Ranjit Disanayaka's first keynote, do the research, do the product development, and then commercialization. And also he has found that AIS model adopt, innovate, and sustain. So those are the things that weapons you can use. And also dialogue, the product head of product development, Chamil, has explained that how AI can build and support you, even if you have only a laptop, if you have only a kind of internet connection, maybe a dialogue internet, 5G plus. So you can even become an entrepreneur. Maybe in the next 10 decades, there's no kind of a multinationals or other companies are making $1 trillion to Sri Lanka or maybe in the globally, but even the single entrepreneur can make that change because of that kind of power of AI, and you can utilize those things. So for the nation, it will be a great impact because we are contributing to the GDP as well as creating economic development. And it's more than a challenge, right? It's a sustainable ecosystem. We are connecting through the coaches, mentors, and also the partnership with other organizations, and also especially the accelerations through technical expertise. So then you have having a wonderful journey that you have someone to support, and also you have someone to guide you throughout your journey. So that's what we actually expect from the National Startup Challenge. So now the most of the things are coming soon. So this is a pre-launch. So we have the everything there, and I have to shout out, give the big round of applause and shout out to Dialogue as a title partner for National Startup Challenge. So we will be giving you more upcoming updates, and stay connected. Go through the materials, contents available in the Engineer to Entrepreneur YouTube channel. And also not only that, we have our inner circle. You can scan this WhatsApp group and you can get connected to the WhatsApp group. So we will be sharing more updates and opportunities for startups. And you are not alone. We'll be supporting throughout your journey from the Entrepreneurship Forum. So thank you for everyone for staying with me. I think I'm on time, and you have a wonderful kind of a community we have built up here as engineers and entrepreneurs. So with the word of Entrepreneurship Day, we will celebrate, and we have the dinner at the members launch. I invite everyone to join our thing. And also I want to thank Institution of India Sri Lanka, the president, and our council members, Professional Affairs Committee, and also other administrative and maintenance, and also our all the expo members. If I miss someone, pardon me. Thank you, everyone. And if you have anything to share with us, you can actually join our inner circle and share whatever the upcoming events, whatever the suggestions you have, so we can keep improving our progress and also keep moving our journey together toward a successful and sustainable future in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, madam. And even if you don't have token of appreciation for you, the utmost appreciation goes to you, because we know how hard you have been working so far for many, many days. We all know that you even like you are going alone to these companies, and such a iron lady, and then pitch to these companies, especially Dialogue. And then we had a very big conversation out there. So a very, very huge pursuit goes to you. So thank you very much. Right. So with that, it is the closing remarks of today's session, the event. I hope you had a very insightful evening today, and hope you will share these ideas with your colleagues as well, and especially about the news, the Startup Challenge, and then this group. Please join this. And with that, as we come towards the conclusion of the formal proceedings of World Entrepreneurship Day 2026 celebration at the IESL, let us take a moment to reflect on the key messages we have had this evening. So knowledge must be transferred into impact. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, have a very good night. Thank you. And we would like to have a group picture as well. Please come in front. We'll take the group picture and we'll directly go to the dinner and have our dinner. We would like to have everyone on stage to take the group picture. Please join us.
Harini?
Kan?